The Senate will come to order. Senator Murphy,
Thank you, Mr. President. I impose a call of the Senate.
the Senate is now under call. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, as usual, will you be so kind as to stand? Members, today's chaplain is Mr. Mark Spitzack from the St. Paul Area Synod of the ELCA. Members, as usual, following the prayer, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Source of all good, we give you thanks for this new day and the opportunities it brings. Guide all that we say and do here, that it may be pleasing to you and edifying for all the people of our state. Sanctify our work. Guide our discussions and debates, our committees and compromises. Bless those who have entered seasons of spiritual renewal, such as Lent and Ramadan, and all who in their own way or tradition seek grace, enlightenment, and a deeper relationship with you, and a fuller awareness of things above. May their fasting bring clarity and joy. May their prayer bring transformation. And may the good deeds that they do in your name inspire us all. Send us a powerful dose of your Spirit today, the spirit of joy in serving others. May our passion be exceeded only by our compassion. Where there's darkness, send your light. Where there's wrong, make it right. Where there is fear, give us might. Now, give these, your servants gathered here, inspiration and energy. And when their energy lags, fill their cups to overflowing with good coffee. Amen.
Thank you, members. The Secretary will now take the roll.
Abler, Anderson, Barr, Bolden, Carlson, Champion, Coleman, Swadzinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Drazkowski, Duckworth, Diedzik, Eichhorn, Farnsworth, Fateh, Frentz, Green, Grunhagen, Gustafson, Hoschild, Herr, Hoffman, Housley, Howe, Jasinski, Johnson, Klein, Coran, Kroon, Kunish, Kupek, Lang, Latz, Liskey, Limmer, Lucero, Mann, Marty, Matthews, Mayquaid, McEwen, Miller, Mitchell, Mohammed, Morrison, Murphy, Nelson, Umuver Baton, Pappas, Pa, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rasmussen, Rest, Seeberger, Utke, Weber, Wiesenberg, Westlin, Westrom, Wickland, Zhang.
Members, a quorum is present. Members, the following members intend to vote from a remote location under Rule 40.7, Diedzik and Hoschild. With that being clear, members, I am now proceeding through the Senate agenda. Today is Monday, March 11th. We will begin with the third order of business. Messages from the House. The Secretary will read the message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate file herewith returned. Senate File Number 3546, a bill for an act relating to health-related occupations, clarifying licensed traditional midwife authority to obtain, possess, and administer certain drugs, supplies, and devices. Signed, Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Members, remember, there is no action required. The Secretary will read the next message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following House files herewith transmitted. House File Numbers 3377, 3466, 3646, and 3987. Signed, Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Members, again, no action is required. Members, we will now proceed to the fourth order of business, first reading of House bills. The House files have been given their first reading and referred as indicated. Members, proceeding to the fifth order of business. Senator Murphy for the motion to adopt committee reports.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee reports printed in the agenda be adopted.
On that motion, on the adoption of committee reports, all in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, we will now proceed to the sixth order of business. The Secretary will read the Senate file numbers.
Senate file numbers 4329, 3579, 3692, 4201, 4159, and 3535.
Members, the Senate files have been given their second reading. We'll proceed now to the seventh order of business, Senate reading of House bills. The Secretary will read the House file numbers.
House file number 3437.
The House files have been given their second reading. Members will now proceed to the eighth order of business, introduction and first reading of Senate bills. There is one introduction to be read.
Senator Hoffman introduced Senate file number 4864, a bill for an act relating to human services, removing language from Minnesota statutes concerning expired human services reports to the legislature.
That bill will be referred to the Committee on Human Services. Remaining under the eighth order of business, we are now going to continue with the introduction and first reading of Senate bills. The bills listed on today's introduction calendar are given their first reading and referred as indicated. And members, as usual, if you want to follow along with me, I'm looking at the Senate bill introductions listed for today. Go to page number 5. If you go to page number 5, you will see Senate file number 4823. That bill has been referred to the Committee on Transportation. Also on the same page, if you look at Senate file number 4826, that bill has been referred to the Committee on Transportation. We'll now proceed to page number 7. If you go to page number 7, you will see Senate file number 4845. That bill has been referred to the Committee on Capital Investments. On that same page, if you look at Senate file number 4847, that bill has been referred to the Committee on Transportation. If you go to page number 8, you will see Senate file number 4855, and that bill has been referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. As I mentioned, members, the bills listed on today's introduction calendar are given their first reading and referred as indicated. Members, we will now go to the ninth order of business, which is motions and resolutions. We will adopt the author's motion as one motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, we have some individual motions that we are going to do at this moment, so I'm going to call on individual members for their motions. Senator Hoffman.
Mr. President, I move that Senate file number 3299 be withdrawn from the Committee on Human Services and be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. And the answer to your question unequivocally is yes and yes.
Thank you, Senator Hoffman. Senator Hoffman moves that Senate file number 3299 be withdrawn from the Committee on Human Services and re-referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Bowden for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate File 4448 be withdrawn from the Committee on Human Services and be re-referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. This is my bill, and both chairs are in agreement.
Thank you, Senator Bowden. Senator Bowden moves that Senate File number 4448 be withdrawn from the Committee on Human Services and re-referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. We'll now acknowledge Senator Pappas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate File 4455 be withdrawn from the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Protection and re-referred to the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. This is my bill, and I've spoken with both chairs, and they are in agreement.
Thank you, Senator Pappas. Senator Pappas moves that Senate File number 4455 be withdrawn from the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Protection and re-referred to the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, as an acknowledgement, Senate Resolution number 80 will be referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration, and there's no action that is required on that activity. Remaining under the order of business of motions and resolutions. Senator Murphy to designate special orders. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bill be made a special order for immediate consideration. Members, the list is on your desk.
Thank you, Senator Murphy, for that designation. And as Senator Murphy indicated, you will see your special orders on your desk. Starting with that special orders list, we're going to go to House File 3489, and I'm calling on Senator Westlin. Senator Westlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I impose a call of the Senate.
The Senate is now under call. Senator Westlin.
Mr. President, I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Westlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. Oh, sorry.
Senator Westlin, just one question. I think they wanted me to ask whether you want the call to be for the balance of the bill or not. Senator Westlin.
For the balance of the bill.
Thank you, Senator Westlin. Now, Senator Westlin, proceed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I am deeply grateful for the opportunity to bring forward House File 3489 today regarding the school resource officers. Many people have contributed to this bill, including our exceptional nonpartisan and partisan staff, stakeholders, members of the other body, and the administration. I am grateful for all of the contributions that have been made to this bill. As a threshold matter, Mr. President and members, I have been clear throughout this process that our guiding North Star and our first priority throughout our many meetings and conversations on this topic has been our children. This work has centered on the foundational belief that our schools are institutions of learning and the expectation that all adults working in our schools should be there and are there to provide a safe and supportive learning environment for every student. That every person should be part of a team that supports the shared objective of teaching our kids and helping them on their road to becoming. And I have also been clear about the context within which this conversation arose and in which it continues. In response to the murder of our neighbor, George Floyd, this legislature passed a ban on the use of dangerous chokeholds as part of our commitment to ensure that tragedy never occurs again. That has not changed. That ban remains in place. As part of this process, Mr. President and members, I have reviewed existing SRO contracts, some of which required SRO training and many that did not. Many contracts outlined the duties that are consistent with what has been included in this bill. A significant investment of time and energy and effort has gone into this bill, not only by myself and by my author in the other body, but our stakeholders, all of the stakeholders who were involved in this process, including community groups, education management organizations, Education Minnesota, law enforcement, and the Attorney General's office. Every single one of those groups has contributed significantly to this bill, and we've listened very, very carefully to everyone. As with all of our legislation, we consult with stakeholders and others. We often include many things, but it is also true that as part of compromises and negotiations, nobody gets everything that they ask for, and that is absolutely true with this bill as well. What this bill does is it works on and builds on what we passed last year. I've worked hard to come up with a comprehensive approach to school resource officers that I believe brings not only clarity, but uniformity around the very definition and duties of a school resource officer, as well as developing training requirements and ultimately a post-board model policy that will set the standard for accountability going forward. I want to be very, very clear, however, that the decision whether or not to have a school resource officer is the most local of local decisions. And this is a decision that every school and every community needs to make for themselves. I absolutely encourage districts and parents and students and administrators to have that conversation, to have thoughtful discussions on this topic, to ensure all voices are heard, and that each district makes the best decision they can for their students. As it stands at this time, there are approximately 300 SROs in the state, and we know that the majority of schools do not have school resource officers for any number of reasons. Again, this will continue to be a matter of local control. What this bill does, however, is that when a district and a community make that decision to engage SROs in their schools, this should not be a matter that's simply left to contract between law enforcement agencies and their school districts, as it is currently. There should be minimum standards, and there should be requirements for training that are uniform throughout the state, again, so that we know that every single person operating in our schools has that same training. This bill requires new post-board policies that must specifically identify strategies to minimize the use and duration of prone restraints by SROs. It imposes a duty of care on SROs, and it especially focuses on identifying specific de-escalation techniques and training and learning that will help our SROs effectively support our students. This legislation explicitly prohibits SROs from engaging in student discipline. This legislation requires stakeholder engagement in the development of model policies. And we have been intentional about the groups that are included in development of that policy. And specifically, it includes community groups, youth groups, the Minnesota Council on Disability, as well as educational professionals and law enforcement. The training that our SROs will receive going forward will emphasize things like juvenile brain development, again, de-escalation techniques and skill building. They will learn about the impact of childhood trauma on our kids, how to respond to students who may be experiencing mental health crises, and how to understand and work with our students with disabilities and our students receiving educational support services. In going through this process, in creating a bill that I believe goes beyond simply a technical clarification, I believe that this will provide clarity. It will provide clarity for students and parents. And importantly, it provides clarity for our school resource officers regarding their role in the school and how they can best support our students. This is a child-focused, child-centered approach to the role of SROs within our schools, and it promotes a positive learning environment for all students. With that, Mr. President, I simply wish to say that I hope that I can look forward to the bipartisan support in this body that we have seen in the other body. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Westlin, for your articulation of the bill. Members, any discussion on House File 3489? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Westlin, for presenting the bill. Members, we're here because we passed a law to fix a problem that we didn't even know widely existed. We're here because we passed a provision in the education bill last year that bypassed the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee where law enforcement would have had the opportunity to weigh in. We broke our process. We rushed a bill. This fix to the school resource officer, this fix to the school resource officer ended up being the cause for so many school districts to suspend their SRO contracts. I, in fact, live in a district that suspended their SRO contracts solely because of the language that was passed last year. In finance, I offered an amendment to take us back to the law that was in place the previous school year. Because what originally passed, driven by the governor, passed by the majority of Democrats, was a rushed bill that that made it difficult for our school resource officers to do their jobs and put our students' safeties at risk. And I want to thank Senator Westlin because in finance she talked about the fact that we didn't have very good reporting for the types of incidents that would occur. So, Mr. President, I offer the A3 amendment.
Senator Pratt offers the A3 amendment. The Secretary will report the A3 amendment when appropriate.
Senator Pratt moves to amend House File Number 3489 as follows. Delete everything after the enacting clause and insert. This is the A3 amendment.
Senator Pratt to your A3 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the provision that was passed last year was a flawed provision. It needed to be fixed, and it needed to be fixed immediately. And here we are in almost mid-March, 6 months into the school year, and we're just finally getting to it. But, Mr. President, the fix is based upon a rotten base. And in fact, when this was first rolled out in late December and early January, it still didn't have the support of our law enforcement community. So, Mr. President, what we need to do is we need to start from scratch. And what this will do is take us back to the law that existed in the 2022-23 school year and allow us to collect the data to understand if we truly have a systemic problem and that any solution we have is based on data, not on individual anecdotes. And I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Senator Westlin to the A3 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. First and foremost, I'd request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Westlin.
So if I understand the amendment, basically what is being proposed is to completely undo the hours and hours and hours of work from many, many stakeholders, including our law enforcement officers and their organizations. We do have a letter of support, and they are specifically requesting that this bill moves forward as expeditiously as possible so we can get SROs back in schools. Mr. President, I don't know what more to say about it, but I would ask members to vote no.
Thank you, Senator Westlin. We're going to Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I rise in support of Senator Pratt's amendment. having been on the school board for a number of years, I would strongly recommend that we pass this amendment. And I'll give you some reasons why, okay? You know, when I was on the school board, we voted for the first time to put a school resource officer into our school, which was quite controversial. But there were a number of incidences that year that brought us to that conclusion, and I'll just share a couple of them. One was a teacher. I got superintendent notes one week, and we had a teacher punch out 3 8th grade boys. And when I called up the superintendent and I said, well, who did that? And he said, he mentioned the name. Well, he was a good friend of mine. And I had a hard time believing it. Another incident that happened, we had one student beat another student unconscious in the hallway. And nobody did anything. Nobody came out of their classroom to try to stop it. And in fact, the parents came to the school board meeting in a closed session, and the student that beat the one student unconscious had a 3-day suspension and was back in the classroom before the student who was beat unconscious was out of the hospital. The third, and I could give more, but I'll just give 3. The third example I'll just give is at the beginning of the school year, I had a call from the high school principal about putting a school resource officer in our high school. And I went up there, and he told me that in the first 24 days of school, the first 23 days of school, the police had been up there 24 times to deal with student misbehavior, okay? So with that, in February, we did vote for an armed school resource officer to be in the school. Discipline problems dropped dramatically. You know, I, being a businessman in downtown Glencoe, received a lot of flack. Why are we putting an armed police officer in the public school when principals and teachers are supposed to handle the discipline? And I basically explained to them they no longer have the legal authority to discipline anymore, and that's why we had the police up there in 24 times in the first 23 days. Second thing that happened in April, we had in Colorado the Columbine shooting, okay? And after that happened, we never heard boo again from the community, which was a terrible tragedy. And again, it demonstrated the need for an armed school resource officer. So what we have done, members, is we have created an atmosphere where staff and principals cannot discipline students. The result is the students understand this, and at times they push teachers and staff to the point where the staff or teachers don't care what the law is. They're not going to take it anymore. So the direction we've gone actually creates child abuse because it puts handcuffs on our administrators and teachers to be able to deal with the discipline problem before it gets out of hand. The result was when we put the school resource officer in, discipline problems dropped dramatically and had a lot of support from the certified staff and the principal. Unfortunately, you know, this idea of lack of discipline is rooted in an atheistic psychology philosophy which has come to dominate our society and public school. And that would be Dr. Abe Maslow, Dr. Carl Rogers, B.F. Skinner, and a host of other ones have pushed this into our schools. The result is, again, we are creating child abuse by not empowering our staff and administrators to be able to deal with a discipline problem before it gets out of hand. This bill takes a small step in the right direction, but I think Senator Pratt's amendment would put us back to where we could actually deal with the students in a preemptive manner and create less child abuse. Thank you, members, and thank you, Mr. President, and please vote yes.
Thank you, Senator Grudenhagen. Senator Matthews to the A3 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm rising in support of the Pratt A3 amendment. Mr. President, the underlying bill does have a letter of support from law enforcement because it's a good enough solution that kind of fixes enough of the issues from breaking the issue in last year's session when it didn't need to be broken. This gets us back to a place enough for them to get behind and support it. But a better solution would be to go back to the place where we were before the majority sitting behind me decided to pass a law that should never have been passed in the first place. And that is what Senator Pratt reflects in this A3 amendment. It was astounding to me when the first that I really heard about this issue back at home in my district was from one of my sheriffs who called me up several weeks after the session ended and said, "What did the legislature just do about with our school resource officers?" And I had to dig in and figure out, because I hadn't followed, no one saw this, it had been coming through the education bill. It completely circumvented the process. And when the sheriff and I dug into what these details were, we were both astounded that this had gone through in a horrible process and harmful policies that impacted school districts around the state. We had a variety of different responses. Some school districts had to pull them completely out of the schools. Others had to find creative workarounds. It was sad to me when we weren't even within the first week of the school year last September when we had an incident down in Mankato, which happens to be the governor's hometown, that got on the news about a fight that had broken out between students, and where the mother was quoted in the news saying, "They could have killed my son," calling for a fix of this law to get school resource officers back in. And if you remember, members, there was movement to have a special session last fall to get this fixed immediately so that school districts would not sit in limbo with this new law in place into the new year of the school year. And there actually was some momentum building, some recognition that we didn't want this to become law, to start impacting, and that we should get this fixed before school started. And then a group of about 44 members publicly shot down the idea of having a special session, and the governor retreated back into his corner. And that put us to today. Nothing could take place until the legislature reconvened back in February, and that's when we started working on this underlying fix. I support the A3 amendment because though the underlying bill has the letter that you have in front of us, the members of law enforcement in my community that I've spoken to would rather go back to how the law was before the 2023 session. Spoke to another one of my sheriffs just recently as we were discussing what this fix would entail, and there's still parts of the underlying bill that causes some consternation. The better approach, it can be okay sometime, Mr. President, to admit when you're wrong, to admit that you've goofed up and you did something that you shouldn't have done. This is one of those times. We never should have passed that bill last year. The best policy position would be to vote yes on this amendment, going back to how the law was, even adding a reporting requirement so that we have the data in front of us to know what these details need to be in the future. It's okay to admit a mistake. We're all human beings. That happens from time to time. Instead, this bill appears to just try to double down on not wanting to admit mistakes and push for kind of fixes that's good enough, that's okay, that gets everybody kind of there. Let's go back to where it was done right, where our kids were safe, to the extent that they were, where these law enforcement communities had the presence that they needed to be in school without any of the harmful repercussions that came in last year's bill. Let's just admit that we were wrong and pass this A3 amendment and go back to where we should be on this policy in Minnesota. Thank you.
Senator Nelson on the A3 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, two things. One, I appreciate the bill before us today. I'm glad that there's a realization that there were some serious, dangerous policies enacted last year. So I appreciate the effort to clean those up. And one could say that perhaps we're seeing Exhibit A here about the challenges and problems when so much legislation gets shoved through the legislative pipe and protocol is not followed. But today, I now stand in favor of this amendment, which does negate the law that was passed last year. I stand in favor of this because, quite frankly, there was no input for the SRO bill that passed last year from our public safety officials. None. Zero input. But then it's like, well, what problem are you trying to solve? There has been zero, none, no incidences reported of SROs ever acting improperly. So, you know, the public could be scratching their heads saying, well, why in the world did we end up with this terrible SRO law then that ended up in a position where SROs were often removed from our schools? So I stand in favor of this amendment, which will return the law to what it was prior to the misinformed, poorly vetted legislation that passed last year. And I'll speak more to that as we get into the bill itself. But for the moment, I want to be very clear about the importance of returning to what was existing law prior to the poorly vetted SRO law.
We are still under the A3 amendment. I'm now going to Senator Coran. Senator Weston, I have you on the list, sir. Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Senator Pratt's A3 amendment. Many people talked about how we got here, and one of the issues were, what are the underlying facts that got us to need this school resource officers? We never needed those in the past, but it's been continued and compounding Democrat policies that have led to the erosion of school staff and personnel to be able to provide safety for the students and staff and the facilities. I think everybody has a story around the state where we've created lawlessness in our classrooms, where students don't feel safe and are certainly not learning. The damage, the destruction and the violence within the schools started because we imposed these policies in which were restricted now in the SRO bill last year on all school personnel. What did that do? That created the very need for school resource officers. So if we really wanted to do it, we would empower those personnel to do their jobs. But this wasn't a mistake. We've heard people use that this is an oversight. It certainly wasn't inclusive, certainly didn't follow the legislative process. But this was a Governor Walz initiative. Governor Walz initiative to make sure that it had the very intended consequences in which were discovered. We removed school resource personnel, the school safety personnel, from our schools, and violence has continued. But one thing's pervasive as well is the attitude within the school system itself, likely led by the same Democrat policies and certainly the education union. Things that catch my eye is my own alma mater, St. Paul Park High School, where I graduated, is this tells you really the attitude. Teachers and everybody are really, and we've got great teachers, but there's a pervasive attitude in the administration that 2 years ago there was a student that was robbed by gunpoint or alleged gunpoint. He wasn't sure. That very parent, when they called the assistant principal to that school, the assistant principal basically said, It's not my job. If you're we need to call the police, it's your job as a parent to call the police. That it's not their job for a crime committed on the school grounds. Now, St. Paul and Minneapolis are one of the first to remove school resource officers because they want to determine, in an organization where they're all mandatory reporters of violence and assault, abuse, and all those things that occur, yet when the case of violent crimes are committed against property and against the persons, whether it be students or otherwise, they want to be able to determine whether that child is charged or a consequence for that action. And we've seen lawlessness across the entire state. Certainly hasn't helped our our test scores. So, Mr. President, this is a goal of the governor. I'm not sure what the real goal was, except for to bring more harm and danger to our students. I think we have to support the Pratt Amendment. I think anything other than the Pratt Amendment will just bring it back to a bill. That we have some feel comforted that the Post Board will somehow come up with a model legislation. I don't share those same comforts. This board is appointed by the governor, used to be highly respected. We believe it is today. We would hope it would be today. But at the end, I believe the governor is going to get exactly what he wanted. He needed this bill because he got too much heat for the upcoming election. He needed this bill to make sure that he can get through the next election without any pain. And I believe the Post Board will facilitate, since they're all governor appointed, they will facilitate enacting model legislation that I bet looks a lot like it is today. Not only for school personnel, but for law enforcement as well, further handicapping their ability to provide safety. With that, Mr. President, I think the only real solution would be actually to go back and remove the need for SROs, but we don't have that option. So I think we need to remove the terrible policies that were enacted last year and get back to the providing safety and security so our students can learn. I urge a green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Westrom to the A3 amendment. Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise in support and urge your support of the A3 amendment. And we need to fix and repair this bad policy that passed under Democrat leadership last year. Others have talked about we need to admit and fix the mistake. That's why we're here. Somebody's admitted that there was a big problem, but it was a problem that was created by DFL leadership and the governor's office last year when they slipped this into a bill and put the safety of our students and our schools in jeopardy, and many concerned about how they can run their schools safely when the law enforcement that they had contracted in many cases was sending them notices, giving them notices that they're going to back out, they're not going to continue because they aren't going to put their officers in harm's way, in legal jeopardy because of the law that was repealed last year or changed. So members, I urge your support of this amendment. It just restores us back to the law that we had last year. This bill goes in the right direction, but it's nibbling around the edges. Let's go back to what was working, and if we need to add some reporting or do some other things so there's a little more observation and understanding with reports of incidents. But I have asked multiple people, where is the problem? And nobody can point to this wrath of officers in the schools that are abusing and causing harm to children. It's not happening. And so we need to restore the law that allowed our school districts and our SRO officers to work harmoniously with keeping our schools and our children and our staff and teachers at the schools safe. But when the need arose, they could do what they need to stop the threat, restrain the danger or the harm that's about to happen on another student or a property or other parts of the school. And the reason I support this amendment is the underlying bill doesn't go far enough. Because under the bill that we're discussing and debating here today, it improves it for officers and for the restraint if another student or a person is creating imminent harm. But if somebody's in the classroom busting computers, throwing things on the floor, damaging property, who knows what their next steps will be. But this underlying bill, without this amendment, won't fix the property problem in our schools. If somebody starts by throwing computers on the floor or causing damage to personal property, they have to stand down. And so this amendment will cover that property destruction as well. Let's stop the threat as soon as possible. Because we all know what would happen if somebody was starting to throw property and to destroy a room with a baseball bat. Who knows where they go next? And in 1 minute or 5 minutes or 10 minutes, that threat could all of a sudden turn on people. And if you're saying we can't stop them when they're damaging and destroying classroom property or school property, we're going to wait until they start hurting people, you're way too late in intervening and stopping the threat and the harm and the injury that could have been avoided. And so for that reason, we need to return back to the current law that we had in place before last year, repair what the Democrats shoved through this legislature, and let our school resource officers and school districts work and keep their schools safe. I want to leave with one story, members, that you need to hear, and why it's so important to go back to the current law that we had last year so SROs could work in our schools and not worry and not be evaluating every situation. Can I intervene? Is it property? Is it person? Which one can I intervene? Oh, I got to stay back. I got to stand down. Oh, it's just a computer they destroyed, so I better stand back. Or a staff person. Oh, I can't intervene because it's just 2 computers they destroyed. Oh, that's just a desk they tipped over. No, we need to stop the threat right away, support the A3 amendment. But members, a compelling story I heard from my district in talking to those affected and officers. There was a student, a young lady, who had been sexually abused by a step-family member. And this had been going on for a long time. And it was because that school district had an SRO in the school that built relationships, worked with the students, worked with the staff, was there in the morning saying hi, greeting students. It was that relationship that SRO had developed with this one student who had been harmed severely with sexual assault. I'm not going to go into those details. You can imagine. But after weeks and months of her feeling comfortable with the SRO, who was friendly, who would talk to the students before school and after school throughout the day, that young lady had built up enough courage and trust with that officer that one day she just did not want to go home. She did not want to go home because she knew what was going to happen. And members, that young lady confided in one of the officers what had been going on. And that officer was able to take that situation back to the police department, and within hours, that situation was being investigated, and the step-family member was arrested. And that young lady's life changed forever. Members, that's the kind of stories that went away when we made school districts take SROs out of their schools or severely revise and change what they had been offering. And so, members, if for no other reason, that's the reason we need to go back to the law we had and then start from there if there's other changes that need to be made. But let's not put our children in harm's way. Vote for the A3 amendment to fix this bill and go back to the way it should be.
Members, we remain on the A3 amendment, which is the Pratt amendment. I'm now recognizing Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. There are a few reasons why I think we should support Senator Pratt's amendment, and I'll speak to some of them. I think his amendment really gives us an opportunity to underscore several lessons that can be learned as a legislature in regard to legislation in general. And it's not lost on me that the author of the bill is trying to pass a fix or repair some of the damage that's been done regarding the law last year, and that the guiding light or the focus has been our kids. I could not agree with that anymore. I think back in August, when Republicans said we needed to make a fix to this law and suggested the very amendment that Senator Pratt has brought forward, the first thing we said is this is not a Republican issue, this is not a Democrat issue, this is about our kids, their safety, the safety of our teachers and schools. And so if that truly is or was the guiding light, then this is a fix that would have been made 7 months ago. We would not have allowed politics to delay the legislative fix that we're now engaging in today from happening. And we need to continue to have that be our guiding light, and I'm confident that our conversation and discussion today will do just that. A couple of things regarding Senator Pratt's amendment and what it would allow us to do. It would allow us to actually stand behind and give teeth to a concept I heard discussed in the opening remarks by the author of the bill, which is local control. We talk about local control of our school boards. We talk about local control regarding our communities and parents and their ability to have input in how their schools are run, how they're operated. And members, I hope that that notion of local control when it comes to our schools, our school boards, our parents, and communities is not limited to just this bill. I think Senator Pratt's amendment would help us all underscore that. It reminds us that it is not the job of legislators in St. Paul to mandate and dictate how school boards and parents are going to run their schools back home. So I'm grateful, I am very grateful for those opening comments from a Democrat colleague expressing the will of her and others on her side of the aisle to fight for and maintain local control. And I look forward to that being a very important principle that guides our decisions as a legislature in education legislation as well as others. The other thing I think Senator Pratt's amendment would underscore and allow us to fix or maybe look at or examine as a legislature is the committee process in general. Mr. President, I think too many times bills are introduced or moved at such speed, as was the case with this one, that things get overlooked, that feedback is not received, that things don't simply go to committees whose jurisdiction they should have. And that's how we find ourselves in this situation, Mr. President. And I'm fearful because I see it happening again. I think we have to stop as a Senate saying things like, oh, we'll fix that in the next committee. We'll get around to that. Well, by the time it's on the Senate floor, it's going to look differently. Then what in the world are we doing in committee? That's the job of the senators on those committees. That's the time for the fix. That's the time to be transparent with the public so we know what kind of legislation we're getting before it comes to the floor, passes, it eventually becomes law, Mr. President. That's how we fix these things. Another thing that Senator Pratt's amendment would fix is this tendency of the legislature to abdicate its responsibility and its constitutional duty by handing over our authority when it comes to governing and lawmaking to other people who are not elected by the people of Minnesota, whether it's some sort of a task force or advisory committee or council or some board, you name it. Mr. President, we are the elected officials here to make those decisions based on the feedback from our constituents, communities, and stakeholders, not unelected people that no one will ever know the name of. Senator Pratt's amendment will allow us to fix that. And oh, by the way, that takes politics out of the process. Forget political appointees making decisions regarding the governing of the state of Minnesota. It should be the people who the folks of Minnesota voted to be here that are making those decisions and governing, Mr. President. I have additional comments and feedback regarding this bill, but I just hope that if we pass Senator Pratt's amendment, it allows us to be mindful of our role as a legislature, what we're here to do, and why the process is so important. Let's stop rushing stuff through just to get it done. Let's not shut out the very stakeholders we should be listening to. They're going to ensure that we prevent errors like this from happening again. And last but not least, if there's a fix that's needed, when it comes to the safety of our kids, it should come without delay. Let's pass Senator Pratt's amendment and make this even better. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, just so you know, I have on the list Senator Jasinski, Senator Rarick, before I go back to Senator Westlin, and then the author of the bill. So let me know if there's anyone else who chooses to be on the bill. I see you and I'll recognize you. All right. In the meantime and in between time, let's go to Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of Senator Pratt's A3 amendment. Folks, we're here again, repairing things that got done last year. There was 0 issues with SRO officers, 0. Not one complaint statewide. Yet, the governor decided we needed to change the law. But we didn't put law enforcement stakeholders involved to correct the problem. They put a policy that didn't give input to our stakeholders. Something's wrong with that. I've been a strong supporter of law enforcement and our SRO officers in our schools. I've talked to many, many of my officers, police chiefs, sheriffs. Put it back the way it was. That's the correction. Yes, they've come on board with some letters in support because they're in fear of what the original bill was and how bad it was. But if you ask them, each of your officers, go to your districts, they want it back the way it was. Because there were 0 issues then. 0. Not one complaint. Folks, Democrats are taking the tools away from our law enforcement that help them keep us safe in this state. They're taking that away, and this is a prime example of that. Putting our law enforcement and our SROs in a situation where they can protect a student, but then have the liability of their family and themselves being put at risk. That's the issue. So if you want your kids safe in school, don't take the tools away from our SRO officers. And they have to make that split-second decision of possibly saving a student's life in an altercation or putting their family at risk for the liability that these laws do. They face that every day. Ask an officer. And that's what we're doing. We cannot take the tools away from our law enforcement officers, our public safety officers, to put them and their families at risk. And that is what has happened in the past session. Folks, vote in favor of the A3. That is what our peace officers on the street want. They want it to go back to the way it was. Thank you.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're here today with a piece of legislation that we do see some letters of support for. But I would argue that support is saying because this is a workable fix. But we're supposed to be here to do the right fix. And I don't believe the piece of legislation, the underlying legislation that's in front of us, does that. The A3 amendment, Mr. President, will take us back to where we were before, where we had certainty. Our schools had certainty and our law enforcement had certainty. Even with the bill in front of us today making things better than what happened through last year's legislation, there's still uncertainty out there as to just how this will be, especially for our schools. I think when we look at this as a workable fix, it's a workable fix for our law enforcement, but it's doing nothing to address the issues that our schools are facing with their personnel. One other point I want to make, Mr. President, why we should be voting for this A3 amendment. You know, I heard that it's important to vote this down because we need to get this done. Our schools are waiting for it. Well, Mr. President, they're waiting for the right fix, not a workable fix. If we wanted this fix, we could have come back in a special session back this fall when we saw what the problems were. We're a month into this session. We could have had this through already. I think our schools are willing to wait another week or two for us to adopt this amendment, send it back over to the House, have them take this amendment, and then have the governor sign it, because they know for certain where they would be at that point. That certainty would be known much faster than it will be with this piece of base legislation. If we really feel something needs to be done, we can go through the process the rest of this year and even next year if that's what's needed. But as we've heard from so many others, there were no issues with school resource officers. None. We can go back to the way it was and then follow a robust process through our committees, through engaging advocates if something does need to be done. But let's adopt the A3 amendment. In a week or two, this can be completed through the process, and our schools will know for sure, and our law enforcement will know for sure what they can do. And as our students are asking, our school resource officers will be back in their buildings knowing for sure what they can or cannot do. Please vote yes on the A3 amendment.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Prior to being in the Senate, I was on the Spring Lake Park School Board with experience working with our SROs. In fact, Mr. President, one of the first things I did when I got elected to the school board and got on the school board is I did a walk around, walked the halls of our high school with our school resource officer, and that was a really tremendous experience, Mr. President. You could learn more in that exercise than you ever could just by listening to administrators talk about it. That school resource officer really knew what was going on in that high school and had established really good relationships with the students and was doing really good work. After the law was changed last year, Mr. President, that law impacted my district, specifically 3 of the 4 high schools, Mr. President, in my district that serve the students in my district are currently without school resource officers. So this one really hits home. And I did a press conference way back several months ago to try to ask the governor to call a special session so that we could address this issue. And I was calling back then for a simple repeal. And Mr. President, that's what this amendment does. In fact, this amendment's a little bit better, because what it does is it repeals what was done last year, but it also keeps in the reporting requirement. And the good thing about that, Mr. President, is that then we can go forward, we can collect some data, we can know what we're talking about if any of these other additional things in this bill are necessary. There are no documented cases of abuse by school resource officers or instances where the existing use of force standard is insufficient to keep our students safe. And that's what this is about, keeping our students safe. And as we learned last year, if we don't know if there's a problem, we can't identify a problem, we certainly don't know what that problem might be, this legislature should not be in the business of micromanaging and coming up with how our school resource officer program is going to be changed and implement a statewide program. We should not be doing that until we have a grasp on if there's an issue and what that issue might be. We should not try to fix a problem that doesn't exist, Mr. President. What this bill does, if we don't adopt Senator Pratt's A3 amendment, is it creates mandated, legislatively created duties, training, and a mandated policy by the legislature. Again, without the information that we need to know whether these are appropriate, to whether we know that these are going to be effective. And most importantly, we don't know right now whether or not the ambiguity that caused our school resource officers to leave in the first place may creep in again through this model policy. Mr. President, school resource officers do a fantastic job. They serve a vitally important function in our schools. They keep our kids safe. Mr. President, they deserve clarity on this, and we should not be adding more things to the laws that could create more ambiguity. We need to do it in a more methodical way if we're going to do it at all. So, Mr. President, while I'm thankful that this bill will get our SROs back in our schools, and I really mean that, it took too long, but it's finally here. This bill can get better, and the A3 amendment does make it better, Mr. President. So I urge members to vote yes on the A3 amendment. Thank you.
Members, we are on the A3 amendment. I am going to Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move a recess for approximately 15 minutes. Mr. President, I move a recess to call of the President. DFL members, we will meet in our caucus room.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Senator Johnson, did you want to say something?
I was just going to say,
Senator Johnson, I'm sorry.
Republican members, thank you, Mr. President. Republican members will be caucusing upstairs in 323.
My apologies for not seeing you, Senator Johnson. On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Senate is now in recess. The Senate will come to order. Remaining under motions and resolutions, I am calling on Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. And you know, folks, this amendment is an important piece of legislation. The current bill, as written, does not give teachers to write and the leverage and the backing that makes them want to intervene, Mr. President. I'm going to take you back to my children were in the school during a school shooting where two young individuals, two young students got shot and killed. No SRO there. The person that stopped the shooting was a teacher, Mr. President. And that's why we need to take this back and repeal this bill, the bill that was passed last year, because we need our teachers to have the authority and the backing to stop those incidences when they arise. Because if that wouldn't have happened in that school shooting, and that teacher didn't feel that he had the right to intervene, there may have been more fatalities. So people, let's repeal this. Let's take it back to the way it was, so there's no ambiguity, there's no chance that it's misinterpreted, and there's no any ambiguity. I can't say the word. Ambiguity, whatever. You know, I'll work on that on my off time. But teachers, it needs to be clear that teachers can stand up and intervene when things are going wrong. So, Mr. President, I believe the A3 amendment is important. I think we need to pass it, and we need to rethink what we're doing and support the students, support the teachers, and support our officers to make sure we've got a safe environment in our educational facilities. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the opportunity to support this amendment that's before us. Prior to coming to the session being put in place, I had opportunity to meet with school districts, and the first question that was on their mind was, what are you going to do with our ability to have our SRO officers back in the school? The concern was that, as the school board said to me, they were great. We love them. We want them back, but they don't know what to do. This amendment will basically help, as is said in this letter from Education Minnesota, to bring clarification, but to bring clarification back to prior to what was passed in the 2023 legislation, which is what we're trying to correct. And so, Mr. President, members, I appreciate the opportunity to support the amendment before us and look forward to green votes on the board. Thank you.
Senator Westlin, and then we will go to the A3 author, Senator Pratt. Senator Westlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the conversation today. At this time, I will withdraw my request for a roll call vote.
The roll call has been withdrawn. Senator Westlin. Seeing none, I am looking for Senator Pratt. Seeing that Senator Pratt, Senator Jaskowski, that's out of order. I only go to the lead on the bill and then the author. So I'm waiting for the author of the amendment. Senator Jaskowski.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Please state your point of order.
Is there anything in in Mason's or in the rules that suggest that a member can't speak? I haven't spoken on the amendment yet, Mr. President.
Senator Jaskowski, it's been our practice that whenever there's an amendment, once the members get a chance to speak, then we go to the lead on the bill, and then we always end with the author of the amendment. Senator Jaskowski, that's been the way it is. I hope that we're not going to drag this out with asking me questions that you know the answer to.
Mr. President,
Senator Jaskowski.
Mr. President, I'm a member here, and I would like to speak.
Senator Jaskowski, I've already recognized and stated exactly how it will go. This is not something that I've hidden from anyone. And in fact, you're on the list, and you then asked to be removed from the list. So, Senator Jaskowski, if Senator Pratt is not going to come, we are going to take a vote.
Mr. President, I would like to be on the list. I would like to speak on the amendment. I haven't had an opportunity yet, and I would like to speak.
Senator Jaskowski, I've already voted on that issue, and I'm looking for Senator Pratt. Senator Pratt.
Mr. President, I appeal the decision of the chair.
There's been no ruling by the president. It is our custom, and what we've been doing, Senator Jaskowski, and you've been here, and you know that. So, Senator Jaskowski, I think I've been very open and transparent, and I've not tried to hide anything.
Mr. President, I've raised a point of order.
State your point of order and the rule.
Mr. President, the point is that there is nothing in the rules suggesting that a member has to speak in a particular order. There's nothing in the rules saying that there's a particular order. So I haven't had a chance to speak on the bill yet, on the amendment. Yes, Mr. President. I would like the opportunity to speak. Am I going to be denied by the President the opportunity to speak before this body and represent the people of my district in this discussion?
Senator Jaskowski, thank you so much for your kind words. If you'll give me a minute, I will point you exactly to the rule. Just give me a minute. Thank you. Thank you, members, for your patience. And Senator Jaskowski, I will point you to Section 91, which is talk about recognition of members. And also, if you go to Section 120 as well. So that is it. And then, Senator Jaskowski, if you have another rule, please cite your rule, and then we will go from there.
Mr. President, I would ask for a roll call vote.
On your... So, thank you, members. Just so that everyone knows where we are, it's been the custom custom of this body that we always allow everyone else to debate and ask the question, and then when we go to the lead on the bill, and then we always go to the Senate author. That has been raised by Senator Jaskowski to say that he wants to be on the list. and I indicated that based on our custom and uses that he cannot be placed on the list now because he was on the list earlier and told me that he wanted to be removed from the list. With that being said, I made a ruling. He's objecting to that ruling, so he asked to appeal the process. And so the question before the body is, shall the decision of the president be judgment of the Senate? A green vote upholds the decision of the president, and a red vote overrules the decision of a president. And Senator Westlin, are you asking for a roll call vote on this?
Mr. President, yes.
So with that being said, she has made that request for a roll call vote. The secretary will take
Mr. President.
the vote.
Mr.
Yes.
President.
Senator Westlin.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Westrum.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President. Is the appealing the ruling of the chair a debatable motion?
No, it's not a debatable motion.
Mr. President.
Which is why she did not debate it.
May I rise to a point of information? Mr. President.
Senator Westrum, and pardon me because I'm going between Senator Westlin and Senator Westrum. So if I make the mistake, it's not intentional. Point of order, please cite your rule.
No, Mr. President, I rose to a point of information. May I go ahead?
Correction, the debate of the president is a debatable motion. Senator Westrum.
Okay, Mr. President, I'll just include my point of information then into a discussion. Mr. President, I would urge members to not uphold your recent decision or ruling. Mr. President, I have remembered many times in my 10 years here in the Senate that somebody might speak after the final author speaks. There's a variety of reasons that could happen. They might say something or bring something up that all of a sudden allows or inspires somebody to have a question or other debate. I know that has gone on many times. There has been a custom often that the author or an amendment or the leader might be the last one to speak. But, Mr. President, we do not have a longstanding hard rule that's absolute that says you can only speak before the final author of the bill or amendment. And so, Mr. President, I think you're wrong on this one, and I would urge the body to stick with the custom that the Senate has used, which does allow for speech if somebody's inspired after the author of an amendment or a bill speaks or a leader of the respective caucus. That is generally deference that's been given, but it isn't an absolute rule or a practice in my 10 years here in the Senate. There's been many times that somebody would speak after an author, although not all the time. Sometimes it is warranted and has been done.
Senator Pratt, he's going to, you're asking to be recognized.
Mr. President, I just have a point of inquiry. I thought I heard Senator Drazkowski call for a roll call on this decision, and then you went to Senator Westlin. I'm just wondering what the parliamentary procedure is and why Senator Drazkowski's roll call was not recognized.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. It was recognized. I'm sorry for the fact that I didn't hear it initially, and so it has been recognized. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Parliamentary inquiry. Mr. President, could you explain to the body what the point of order was and what your ruling was, just so everyone in the body is aware?
I'll do it again. Senator Rasmussen, we were on the last debate for the A3. As been our custom, that I have always waited until everyone has an opportunity to debate. And then we always go to the author of the bill, and then the last person is the author of the amendment that is before the body. Senator Westlin had, after I asked, was there anyone else? There was no one else. And then I went to Senator Westlin, and then I went to Senator Pratt, who wasn't here, and we were trying to give him more time in order to be here. And then that's when Senator Drazkowski asked if he could speak, and I indicated that's been our custom and here, especially since I've been here, that we always wait to really go in order to make sure that the author of the amendment always has the last opportunity, and we always like to make sure that the bill author also speaks right before the author. So that is what is before the body. I said that is our custom and usage, and Senator Jaskowski asked for there to be an appeal of that ruling, and we're right there under Rule 14.4 to allow the decision of the president to be challenged. Thank you. I'll now go to Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I would urge the body to vote against the decision of the president. Mr. President, we often try to do it that way. It wraps up the package in a nice, wrapping with a nice little bow on top, but it is not by any means a requirement to do it that way. In fact, it happened in a committee I was in. I was the presenter of a bill in the Energy Committee, gave my final comments on the bill. A member from your caucus then thought of something they wanted to put on the record. We did that. That was just fine. The chairman, I believe, if I remember correctly, offered me again if I wanted to make another final closing paragraph. I didn't feel the need to do so. I don't believe that would be correct to have as the new custom and usage. And Section 120 in Masons, Mr. President, clearly states, every member has the same right as any other member to present proposals for the consideration of the House and has the same right to be heard. Any rank and file member from Senator Jaskowski on has the right to be heard as much as the bill author, as the amendment author, as anyone else that is in this body. And if we need to redo a final discussion on it to have the normal runway that goes down to it, let's do that. But in this odd situation of any of them, maybe I could see this if we were at the end of a big bill and everybody knew that this was the ending and this was some omnibus bill that we'd been debating all day. We're in the middle of an amendment on an important bill that members are very vested in discussing on both sides here. So I would urge you to reconsider your ruling, and if not, urge the members to vote against the decision of the president.
Senator Lucero, we go to the one who is appealing the ruling last. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I guess I would start with a point of parliamentary inquiry. Could you had initially rose and referenced custom and usage, and then subsequent to that, you referenced, I thought it was 120 of Masons. I'm just asking for a repeat of what you had cited in Masons.
To that question, Section 92, as well as Rule 120, I believe it was, and I'll just confirm that. So I would just point you to 91 that gives me the authority in order to recognize members. Senator, so I hope that answers your question. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. That answers that point of parliamentary inquiry, and I have a follow-up separate point of parliamentary inquiry.
I'm sorry?
I have another point of parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your request and the rule that you're requiring.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you clarify for me, is it a higher ruling, which is a higher order, Masons or custom and usage?
Just give me 1 second, but it's custom and usage.
Custom and usage is higher.
It's higher
than Masons.
That's correct.
Okay. So then I would, Mr. President, I would ask and encourage members to overrule the ruling of the president, because there are very legitimate reasons why a member may need to speak after the member, I guess the last member, such as what's happening in this scenario. If I understand correctly, it was Senator Westlin who had originally called for a roll call. And then under the order which you're trying to enforce here under custom and usage, she would be the last one to speak. She withdrew her motion for a roll call. And if there's another member, aside from the amendment author, if there's another member who might want to reinstitute the roll call under what's happening in this scenario, another member could not rise and be recognized to ask for a roll call if it weren't the amendment author, because the amendment author would be the last one to provide such a motion. But if the last amendment, or if the amendment author would not want to make that motion for a roll call, but another member did, that opportunity would be denied. And I believe, if I understand correctly, but Representative Drazkowski, Mr. President, can clarify, when he asked for a roll call, I don't believe it was for a roll call on the motion to override the president. I believe his motion, if I understood correctly, was to reinstitute the roll call on the underlying amendment, which was withdrawn by Senator Westlin. But I guess we'll learn that when Representative Drazkowski speaks. But the point is, this would be one such scenario where recognizing a member after Senator Westlin would be in order. So again, please override the ruling of the president. Thank you.
Thank you. Just so that we have clarity, because I want to correct a number of things that were articulated by Senator Lucero. Senator Lucero, when I was going through in order to do the final arguments on the underlining A3 amendment, per our customs and usage, Senator Westlin was to be recognized right before we recognized Senator Pratt. Senator Pratt was not here, and we were waiting for Senator Pratt to come. And that's why we were waiting. And then it's when Senator Drazkowski rose and said he wants to speak, and then I said it's our custom and usage that we always go to in the order that I just articulated. And it is then when he says he wanted to appeal, and that's when he wanted that he asked for a roll call on the appeal. So that is where that was. And I didn't initially hear the roll call on the appeal until Senator Westlin was recognized, and she asked for the roll call. And that's why you heard Senator Pratt stand and say, hey, Senator Drazkowski asked for a roll call on the appeal before Senator Westlin, and why did you recognize Senator Westlin on the roll call and not Senator Drazkowski? I just wanted to make sure that the facts and what happened occurs correctly. Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I would give you a compliment first, Mr. President. You have allowed robust discussion last session on bills, and I've appreciated that. In fact, you've let me speak numerous times on a bill sometimes, and that's more than the House would let me at times, okay? So I do appreciate your willingness to create robust discussion. I would ask in this particular situation to make an exception. You know, Senator Drazkowski represents 85,000 constituents approximately, okay? And I think his voice needs to be heard. I think if we look at the time we've spent on this, Senator Drazkowski probably would have been done speaking. We probably would have had a vote and move forward. So I'm asking you, in the interest of a robust debate, which you've always supported, in my opinion, that you would make an exception to allow, in spite of what the rules are or custom and usage, make an exception to allow Senator Drazkowski to comment on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gruenhagen, thank you so much for your compliment. I just think and believe that this body is about decorum and making sure that we appreciate how we make sure that all members are able to speak. And I believe that I always make sure that every member in this body is able to speak. But there is a practice that we use in order to make sure that we know when we are finalizing an argument, whether it's on the bill or on an amendment. And in fact, I remember earlier today in the conversation, I articulated the order in which things were going, and then some people raised their hand, and I added those individuals to our list. So I just like to make sure that if we're going to do something, that we're at least fair in thinking about what happened. In fact, I remember one of my own DFL members stood up afterwards, and I did not want to recognize them because of the process. And so I've been very fair, and I think that we need to be very fair in recognizing that, and not only rise when we want to do something that is literally inconsistent with what we've done as a body in our effort in order to make sure that everyone is able to be heard. And on that, Senator Drazkowski, I will recognize Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to direct members of the body to Rule 40.3, which states, at any time before the start of voting on a question, a member may request a roll call vote, which must be entered in the journal, unless at the time the request is made, the Senate is taking a roll call vote using the electronic voting system. And Mr. President, it's my understanding that a roll call vote had not started yet, and Senator Drazkowski was requesting a roll call, and would just ask that we respect the rules of the Senate, which have higher precedent over any custom and usage.
So, Senator Rasmussen, I'm certain, you being a person of order, and I've articulated exactly what happened, and which is why it's true that any member can ask for a roll call vote. That's why when I didn't hear Senator Drazkowski ask for a roll call vote, he was asking to speak, and then he wanted to, and then he appealed my ruling. And then I didn't hear him request a roll call vote, but another member rose and asked for the roll call vote, and I wanted to be respectful and recognize her, because now we have a roll call vote on the very thing that you're saying that you wanted Senator Drazkowski to have a roll call vote on. So we do have that, but in the future, I'll make sure that if I mishear someone, that I'm not going to the next person, because I always want to make sure that every member knows that they have a right to request a roll call vote. With that being said, Senator Westrom is right.
Mr. President, thank you. Parliamentary inquiry first. Mr. President.
Please state the reason for you rising.
Mr. President, I rise with a parliamentary inquiry.
Cite the rule and go forward with your inquiry.
Mr. President, my inquiry is a motion to lay on the table germane to an appeal the decision of the chair.
Senator Westrom, just so we're clear as to your request, because we're all gathered here, are you asking if a motion to lay the appeal on the table, or the amendment on the table, or the bill on the table? What are you asking so that we can give you the right answer?
Mr. President, can we lay the motion to appeal the decision of the chair on the table? That's what I'm asking under my parliamentary inquiry.
Senator Westrom, yes, you can lay the appeal of the president on the table, and then that would mean that we are still back at the A3 amendment.
That's correct. So, Mr. President, thank you for that answer. I also wanted to further debate or discuss the motion to appeal. Mr. President, I thought a motion to appeal the decision of the chair could be laid on the table. I wanted to confirm that. Mr. President, I'm not going to move that quite yet, but I'm giving some people an idea that maybe we should do this, Mr. President, to get you out of a box that I wish we weren't in. Mr. President, I'd like to help you get out of that box. Mr. President, one part of the box we're in, if we're going to follow this new rule that you've used or decided to, is our custom has both scenarios that played out. And so if we laid it on the table, we could have staff go back over the last 10 years, and I don't know how many dozens or hundreds of times they might find that there are examples that somebody spoke after an author of an amendment or a bill spoke. For a variety of reasons. Sometimes it might be they hadn't thought of it until somebody, the author spoke. Sometimes it might have been they just got in from visiting with constituents out back or some other reason. But I know there's a plethora of times that it's happened. Certainly there's a custom and a courtesy, I would call it a courtesy, that oftentimes, especially if a bill is not too controversial, that's when the custom is probably used even more so. But Mr. President, you're in a box where you're picking one custom over another custom, because this body, as sure as I'm standing here, I can assure you, if we lay this on the table and have staff go back and look, you're going to have a scenario where there's custom of both things happening. That is, oftentimes an author will speak last on an amendment, and many times somebody else has spoke after an author for an inexplainable reason. We don't question motives here on the Senate floor. And Mr. Chair, there's nothing that stops you from going back to the author if they again want to speak or speak again as a closing statement. It's the same as in the courtroom. You have direct and cross, and then you have redirect and recross, and it's a similar scenario here. So I don't like the ruling that you're trying to set with a custom by picking one custom and saying that's our custom, so therefore it's our absolute rule, when we have a custom also that you will find, if we lay this on the table, that there are times where people speak, especially if you get a more controversial bill or one that maybe has lots of different opinions. And so, Mr. President, I really would urge our body to back out of this conundrum or box that we've been put in, because our custom is we allow people to speak. That's the real custom we have here on the Senate floor. Many times, certainly the author of an amendment or a bill gets the respect, but it's not an absolute rule, because many times somebody has spoke for other reasons after an author, and so that custom goes both ways. And so for you to use just one custom is perplexing, troubling, and I'd like to help you out of this, Mr. President, because I think you know what I'm saying is true. And if we have to, I'll lay this on the table so we can go back, have staff look it over, and then we can get the numbers. But on the floor, on the fly here, we probably can't get those numbers, but we could get several examples if we look over 10 or 20 years of the Senate. That custom would be what we would see.
Thank you, Senator Weston. Just for clarity, and then I will go to the author of the appeal. A couple of things. Members, I think it's fair for us to always be very thoughtful, right? And really as consistent as we can be. That is not to suggest that this is a rule that is only pushed when it's one side versus the other. I think I've been very thoughtful and fair and consistent across the board. So to Senator Westrom saying that it's new, it's not new. We did it all last year, and in fact, I announced it, said it will be our practice in order to make sure that we give everyone an opportunity to be heard, and then once everyone has had an opportunity to be heard, to wrap up our debate, we always go to those last two people, right? And that is because I want to make sure any or the author of the amendment or the author of the bill, they have an opportunity to hear everything and then react and respond. So it's not new, and it's meant to be transparent, and certainly we always have allowed people to have a transparent conversation and to be able to speak. So with that being said, Senator Jaskowski, to your appeal of the decision of the President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, first of all, I'd point out that during the debate about the appeal, there were two members that spoke twice before I had an opportunity to speak once, Mr. President. That is also against the custom and usage. It's against Masons, and it's probably outlined in our rules that before another member speaks twice, at least one member should be able to speak at least once. That's very well defined in how the rules of order work. And I was not allowed, I was standing the entire time. And two members were granted by the President the ability to speak twice before I had the ability to speak once. And that's similar, Mr. President, to how I am feeling and being treated by the President about this particular approach. Mr. President, it is not the presiding officer's duty, custom and usage, or any other reason for the presiding officer to cut off debate or to control the ability of the body to debate. Your role as a presiding officer, Mr. President, is simply to modulate the debate under the rules of the Senate. That is your role. And Mr. President, I will, and members, turn to Chapter 12 in Mason's. It outlines the decorum of debate. And I'll read again the equality of members in debate. The rights and duties of members of a legislative body are derived from and founded upon the absolute equality of members. Equality, Mr. President, that means District 20 is as equal as District 1 or District 67. And that's not how District 20 has been treated here, Mr. President. Every member has the same right as any other member to recent proposals for the consideration of the House and has the same right to be heard. The same right to be heard. I have yet had the opportunity, Mr. President, to be heard. Members must not be permitted by their conduct to deny to others that which they claim for themselves. It is the duty of all members to conduct themselves so as not to obstruct the like rights of other members. And you're one of the members too, Mr. President. Freedom of speech involves obedience to all the rules of debate. The language used by members during debate should be temperate, decorous, and respectful. And Mr. President, I'll turn to Chapter 13 in Mason's closing debate. Because, Mr. President, I think every member here recognizes and understands your effort as a presiding officer to try to artfully bring closure to the debate. And that's within your right, tradition, and custom and usage to do. But it is not absolute. It is not absolute, and that doesn't mean, as you artfully try to do that as presiding officer, that is your role. That is understood, I think, by all members as your role to do, and you should do it, and you generally do it well. But to carry it to the extent that that gives you the liberty as presiding officer to close debate is procedurally wrong over and over again. Section 130, Chapter 13 in Mason's, Section 131, cutting off debate. This is who can cut off debate, Mr. President. A majority of the members may close the debate without allowing all the time desired by others. They can do so by ordering either the previous question or the closing of the debate at a certain time, or they can limit the length of debate and allow each member to speak only once on each question. Each member to speak once on each question. Unless a special rule has been adopted, a majority vote is required in legislative bodies. So, Mr. President, if the desire is to close debate, that is reserved by Masons, by our custom and usage, and by our rules to the members that are debating, and not to the presiding officer. It is very clear. Finally, Mr. President, I'll read to you Section 132 in Mason's on page 102 on the bottom. Preventing debate by putting questions to vote prematurely. The right of members to debate and make motions cannot be cut off by the presiding officer putting a question to vote so rapidly as to prevent a member from securing the floor after the presiding officer has inquired if the body is ready for the question. Now, Mr. President, members, it's very clear the intent of Masons in our rules of order are to not have the presiding officer cut off debate. And debate, again, is outlined in Section 133, Debate is closed by putting questions to a vote. And you will read through here, Mr. President and members, that the right of a member in this section of Mason's rules, which I don't know that I tabbed that section properly, but I can go back and grab it again as I find it again, Mr. President. But a member has a right up to the point at which you call for the question. Up to the point of which the question is called for, any member, according to Masons, according to our custom and usage, and according to our rules, has the ability to debate. And as I pointed out, Mr. President, that is not up to the presiding officer to cut off debate. So, Mr. President, members, this is an important thing. The people of our state expect each member, as the rules that have been designed for us, to have the ability to be heard. And members, if you vote in support of the presiding officer on this particular motion, you are ceding at this point in time the ability outlined in all of our rules for your constituents to be heard. You are ceding in the presiding officer the ability for that to be taken away by prematurely cutting off debate, exactly what the rule that I recently read prohibits. Members, I ask you to vote for the appeal, opposed to the decision of the chair on this particular motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, as you know, that based on the way that we do things in this body, we are not cutting off debate at all. And this presiding officer has always tried to have as much discussion on the floor as possible, and the body can decide if they want to uphold the ruling of the president. The question before the body is, shall the decision of the president be the judgment of the Senate, pursuant to Rule 14.4? A green vote upholds the decision of the president, and a red vote to overrule the decision of the president. Roll call has been requested. A roll call has been granted. The secretary will take the roll. Senator French, for those who will be voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
And I report Senator Hochschild votes aye.
Senator Hochschild votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weissenberg votes no.
Senator Weissenberg votes no. All senators voting who had a desire to vote? The secretary will close the roll. There have been 34 ayes and 31 noes. The decision of the president is upheld. We will now go to Senator Pratt. We are on the A3 amendment. He is the author of the amendment, and he is the last voice that we will hear before we vote on the A3 amendment. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you know, we've had a good debate on this amendment. And I live in a school district where we don't have school resource officers in our school right now. And the reason we don't have school resource officers is solely because of the language that was passed last year. The language that was in the governor's education bill passed last year, and it undercut the authority of our SROs. School resource officers were made agents of the school, and we essentially overrode what Senator Westlin described as a process where local school districts could decide what training a school resource officer should have and what parameters they should operate under. Like Senators Gruenhagen, Hoffman, Wicklund, Duckworth, Kroon, I served on a school board, and for any of my colleagues that I've forgotten that list, I apologize. I helped negotiate these contracts with the city. We set parameters for the school resource officers that were in collaboration with our police department. And we met the needs of the school district as well. We recognized that school resource officers were in our schools not to be school employees or agents of the schools. They were in our schools to act in their role as a peace officer. Today, as many senators have discussed, what we have in front of us is a one-size-fits-all solution. And it's ironic that this solution is to correct a one-size-fits-all misguided policy passed last year. And if you believe that the decisions regarding the relationship between schools, their city, and their police departments should be made closest to the situation and those directly affected by that relationship. And if you believe that when these agreements come up, they should be able to be debated by members of the school board and parents. And if you believe, as Senator Duckworth highlighted, that we should not be doing a top-down legislative solution or abdicating our responsibility or reassigning the responsibility of local school districts to the post board, then members, you need to vote for this amendment. Now, I understand Senator Westlin's contention that if we want to pass this quickly, we should defeat this amendment because it'll send this to a conference committee. It'll take extra time. But as I said before, Mr. President, this is a solution built on a rotten base. And we should go back to the law as it existed in the 2022-2023 school year and not rush this through now. Because, Mr. President, if Democrats really thought this was an urgent matter to be addressed, we would have called a special session. We would have started working on this, as Senator Duckworth called for back in August. Not waiting until December or January. We would have had our school resource officers back in the schools last fall that could have prevented many of the situations that we've discussed here on the floor today. So, Mr. President, if this goes on and if we take this to a conference committee, this is not Republicans holding up progress on a bill. This is Republicans demanding that we have a truly collaborative process to get our SROs back in schools. And this is a recognition that this should have been fixed 6 months ago, not waiting until now. Thank you.
Mr. President, roll call.
Roll call, Mr. President.
I was going to recognize Senator Liskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to request a roll call. Thank you.
Roll call has been requested and the roll call has been granted. The secretary will take the roll. Members, please vote. Senator French, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And I report Senator Hochschild votes no.
Senator Hochschild votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 31 noes, the amendment, the A3 amendment, is not adopted.
Mr. President.
I'm sorry, it looks like I misspoke. There's 31 ayes and 32 noes. The amendment is not adopted. Senator Liskey.
Mr. President, were we not under a call for the entire duration of the bill? Senator Westlin requested us to be under call the entire duration of the bill at the beginning of the debate.
Senator Liskey, the answer to your question is yes. Yes.
Okay, so Mr. President, under a call, do we not require us to vote, or is that not how this works? All right.
Thank you, Senator Liskey. Any other discussion? Any other discussion on House File 3489? Senator Dreim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A1 amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Dreim offers the A1 amendment. The secretary will report the A1 amendment.
Senator Dreim moves to amend House File number 3489 as follows. Page 4, line 14, reinstate the stricken or. This is the A1 amendment.
Senator Dreim to your A1 amendment. Senator Dreim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for the lively discussion throughout this bill today. And, Mr. President, this is the same amendment I brought up in Finance earlier this last week. And what it does is clarify that school agents or school employees can act if there is theft, damage, or destroying property. And there was some confusion at the Finance Committee on advice that I received during the committee hearing on if this was needed, and if it was needed, where to put it. So in the bill, members, on 5.14, we're deleting very similar language to what the amendment says, and that is a different section and we're putting it in on line 4.15. But more importantly, this clarifying language, why do we need it? And you know, for members that don't know my district, I call it the leftover district. It's very long. It goes from Jordan all the way down to Iowa. And I have 21 different school districts that touch my district. And most of them are very small. And most of them don't have a lot of resources. They don't have a tax base, that they're overfunded. And there was just an article in the paper about how school districts are going to have to be laying off people because the budget does not look favorable for the school district. And I just received in the last couple weeks an email from the science teacher asking for help to stock basic supplies for the science room. And then I read this bill, and I listened to my colleagues talk about this bill. And then I remembered when my mom was a teacher, and my aunts and uncles, I have a bunch of friends that are teachers, and they all tell me how they go shopping for supplies for their classroom every year. Not a one and done. Every year, they're buying stuff for their classroom so the kids have everything they need, which we could debate why that's happening all day long, Mr. President, but it's happening. And then I read this bill that a school employee couldn't stop a kid from stealing a computer, or what I've heard stories of kids literally throwing computer after computer after computer in the classroom, and they couldn't act. You know, in my opinion, they're breaking the law by damaging property, and I feel that we should have every tool in the toolbox for our staff to step in and help protect not only themselves and other staff members, but most importantly, the kids, and also personal property. I remember during COVID, there was a lot of emails that went out to make sure every kid had a computer or a Chrome pad. And there weren't always enough computers for the whole class in my kid's school. So I have a hard problem passing a bill that wouldn't stop staff from stepping in and help protect those very valuable assets, especially for a small school district. And I know we all represent about the same number of people, but our schools are definitely different, especially when we get in outstate where the tax base is so small that they do not have the ability to raise an operating levy enough to pay for computers that are just destroyed, and the teachers have to stand there and watch that. So with that rambling explanation, Mr. President, I encourage a green vote on the A1 amendment.
Thank you, Senator Dreim. I'm going to go to Senator Westlin. And members, if you want to speak on the A1 amendment, I would ask that you raise your hand so I can put you on the list. Senator Westlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first and foremost, I'd like to request a roll call vote.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Westlin.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This issue has come up in, I think, every committee that this bill has gone through, including the Judiciary Committee. And it is absolutely not true that teachers and school officials are unable to intervene in the case of property damage. 60906, which is the authorized use of force statute, subdivision 1, paragraph 4, absolutely permits intervention. What is not permitted is for the purposes of only property damage where there is no potential harm to the student or others, or or potential for death, they certainly cannot use certain types of force. Teachers, administrators, et cetera, are able, including SROs, are able to intervene in the case of property damage. I encourage a no vote on the amendment.
Senator Westrom. Senator Westrom, were you wanting to speak on the A1 amendment? Senator Westrom.
Well, Mr. President, I hadn't, but you are pretty good. You read my mind. I was thinking of a couple parliamentary inquiries, but
I am a mind reader, Senator Westrom.
Mr.
Senator
President,
Westrom.
actually, I will save some of those for following this this amendment. But, Mr. President, I would urge members to support this fix to the bill that's fixing what shouldn't have happened last year, and let SROs and staff stop a situation from escalating to more danger for our students or others around the school buildings. If somebody's damaging and destructing property, it's better time to stop them then before they move to another person or human, or as one of my chiefs who I talked to today said, they take property and damage it, and then, for instance, grabbing chairs and start throwing them around, that's when people start getting hurt. Or they use that property as a weapon, as he explained to me. And so, members, this only makes sense that we stop the destruction sooner than later to avoid damage to our children and those in our school districts, and help keep them safe. So I would urge your support of this. Mr. President, while I'm up, is this bill, is there a call of the Senate on this bill, including this amendment?
Senator Westrom, to your question, the answer is yes.
Very good. Mr. President, I'll have a further question later.
Senator Farnsworth, and then following Senator Farnsworth, we're going to Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I have the distinct privilege of working in two of the most historic buildings in the state of Minnesota. Of course, I am lucky enough to work in this building, which is historic, but I also work in the historic Hibbing High School. And just a couple of things of note about the Hibbing High School. We have some chandeliers that were imported in 1920 in our auditorium that are currently insured up to $250,000. We have original works of art throughout our auditorium, throughout our high school, in the library, Mr. President. And while there might be insurance on these are things that are truly irreplaceable. The U.S. Steel actually purchased the chandeliers for the Hibbing High School. It's not something that a school would normally spend money on, but they wanted to have the finest school in the state. And Mr. President, my concern is that if we don't allow our staff to be able to protect these precious works of art, then we're going to lose them. And I know, Mr. President, a lot of people might not know, but I actually have a master's degree in emotional behavior disorders, which I guess equips me perfectly to work in the legislature. But I also, as part of that, there's training in a process called CPI, which is a process of de-escalating students. If restraint is needed, how to restrain students. And a lot of the staff in my local schools are being trained in that CPI method. And so I think that this is a reasonable amendment. If somebody is damaging, just like if somebody were to walk into this historic room and start tipping over the statues, if somebody were to start kicking in the stained glass windows at Hibbing High School, we can use that CPI training, and if we have to take hold of a student using that CPI method to prevent any further damage from a historic building that, frankly, Mr. President, cannot be replaced in the way that it was built in 1922. So I urge a green vote on this amendment.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the A1 amendment. What this bill does, Mr. President, is it removes the specific authorization for a teacher, principal, employee for the reasonable use of force to protect property. It takes that out of the specific statute of 609.379, and instead any teacher or staff member that has to use force to intervene to protect property is going to have to rely on the general use of force standard in 60906. That, Mr. President, creates legal ambiguity. And yeah, sure, there could be an argument for that teacher that they're justified in using the use of force under 60906, but it would be much better to have that specific authorization in 609.379 so it removes that ambiguity, so a staff member can act with confidence to use reasonable force to protect property and wouldn't have to rely on any kind of lesser argument to the general when they could rely on specific argument in this 609.379. So we here are in a role as legislators should act to make sure that we remove legal ambiguity. Make our statutes clear. This is a very easy thing to do right now to make that clarity that teachers and staff members and principals are authorized to use reasonable force to protect property. And by removing it out of the specific statute and relying on the general, we are creating ambiguity. And teachers and staff members and principals are just going to choose to not get involved because it's not worth it. And that is not a situation we want to be in, Mr. President. So I would urge a yes vote on the A1 amendment. Thank you.
Members, we're on the A1 amendment. Any other questions or discussion? Senator Rarick to the A1 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a point of parliamentary inquiry about the voting when we bring up this amendment, the vote on this amendment.
State your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. President. When I look at Mason's section 521, it says members must vote unless excused. It says the general rule that a legislative body cannot only compel the attendance of its members, but that they can also require them to vote unless excused by the body from voting. And I know, Mr. President, that it's been our habit since COVID and remote voting came that we make these excuses at the very end of session. But when we go back, that never happened. And when we talk about custom and usage in this body, we would even wait up to an hour for a member to come and vote. And it was up to the body to bring a motion. So when you look at our temporary rules under section 41, where it says members to vote unless excused, it says every member who is in the Senate chamber during a roll call, including in the committee of the whole, shall vote upon the request of another member unless excused by the Senate. Well, Mr. President, it would be my understanding that when somebody puts on a roll call, they're requesting the members to vote, especially when we're under a call of the Senate. And when you look at Rule 41.3, when members have had an opportunity to vote and fail to do so, a majority of the whole Senate may, by motion, direct the President to close the roll. Mr. President, part of my point of inquiry would be, where is your authority to close the roll without it coming from a motion of the body to do so? As I read the rules, there's no reason for 41.3 to exist if the President can close the roll when members haven't voted during a roll call if the motion is not coming from the body.
Thank you, Senator Rarick, for that question, and I'm happy to answer your question. So, first of all, it is clear, according to Mason's and the other rules, is that if there's a call to order, that means a person has to come into the chamber. So, so they only have to come into the chamber. They are not required to vote just because there's a call of the Senate, or if there is a roll call vote. It doesn't do it. If you look at Rule 41, which you cited, but you skipped over a couple words, I like to say, Senator Rarick, but you read them, but it says, every member who is in the Senate chamber doing a roll call, including the committee of the whole, but we will go to, hold on one sec. Okay, yep, yes, I'm right. Excuse me, doing a roll call, including in the committee of the whole, shall vote upon the request of another member unless excused by the Senate. So there has to be a request for that person to vote, and then that particular person, if they are excused, they are not required to vote. So simply having the roll call or a roll call or call of the Senate does not, under our rules, require a person to vote. Now, those other words that I brought forth are very important because that's in the rule that you cited, unless excused or upon the request of another member, because another member can get up and say, I want to make sure I want all members vote, right? And then they would be required to vote unless they are excused. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. In my question, I also stated that it is my belief that that request of another member to vote unless excused is what's being asked of when you request a roll call vote. So that's my what I would say to that. But as I look at it, and when, like I say, when we look at both, it says members to vote unless excused. We have been making a practice to excuse them at the end of session, but when we're under vote, yeah, Mr. President, that's what we do at the end of every session. We're excusing members for a certain time frame, but at the moment the vote has happened, that member has not been excused. So, Mr. President, I understand some things that were done after we went into remote voting and some shutdowns. But when you look back at what our custom and usage is and what our rules say, you must be previously excused to be allowed not to vote unless a motion comes from the body and is voted on by a majority of the body.
So, Senator Rarick, thank you for that question. Senator Rarick, I just want to make sure that we are clear, and I did inquire of the front desk staff as well. That's what you saw me doing when I was already reading these rules in anticipation of this important question. Number one, a call of the Senate by itself does not require a person to vote. That is even true when it comes to a roll call vote. I've had members who've sat in the chambers and I've asked, are you voting? As just a question, and they say, no, I'm not voting. The only way that member is required to vote is if one of you raise it and say, I am asking that all members vote that's here in the chambers. And then it is based on my understanding of the rules and based on prior custom and usage of Rule 41, so that we're clear that we're looking at 41.1. That is what is happening, and that's what happens. So with that being said, Senator Pratt, are you rising because you want to address us based on the A1 amendment?
Mr. President, I just wanted to do a separate inquiry on a follow-up to what Senator Rarick had said.
State your rule and state the reason why you're rising, and I know that you want to follow up, but if you state exactly why.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, when I read Senate Rule 41.1, every member who is in the Senate chamber during a roll call, including the committee of the whole, shall vote upon the request of another member unless excused by the Senate. And when I go down to Rule 41.4, the vote of the motion to close the roll must be taken without debate. I'm sorry, wait a minute. I wanted to do 41.3. When members have had the opportunity to vote and fail to do so, a majority of the Senate of the whole Senate may, by motion, direct the President to close the roll. So, Mr. President, as I recall custom and usage from my previous sessions, there would usually be someone who stood up during a roll call vote and say something along the lines of, Mr. President, I request that members having not voted be excused from voting. The Senate would take a roll call, or would take a voice vote. And that would satisfy the rule. That didn't happen in this case. And I think that's the essence of what Senator Rarick is asking, and the clarification that we're seeking from you is, why was that roll closed without a vote and a motion to close the roll and to excuse those members from voting?
Senator Pratt, thank you for that question, and I'm going to take another attempt at this because it appears that I'm being asked the very same question that Senator Rarick asked, and I'm okay with that. I just want to make sure that we're clear. If you look at Rule 41.1, and sometimes it appears that members are stopping at a certain space in order to emphasize the sentence, but they're not reading the entire sentence according to my interpretation of this rule. It says, every member who is in the Senate chamber during a roll call, including the committee of the whole, shall vote upon the request of another member unless excused. So it is upon a request of another member unless excused. Senator Pratt, you were also going to get to the issue when you were looking at 41.4. If you look at 41.4, the vote on a motion to close the roll must be taken without debate. No member is required to vote on the motion, obviously, to close and then for there to be the vote tally. So, members, it is my understanding that if there is a desire to have someone to vote that's in the chamber, you have an option before you, but simply asking for a roll call or a call of the Senate does not accomplish the requirement for a person who is sitting in the chamber to vote. And that's been the custom and usage of this body. And I'll go back to Senator Rarick because he had that inquiry. And then if he's okay, then we'll go back to the A1 amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. So what I guess I still haven't quite understood is under Rule 41.3, where it is up to the members of this body to make a motion and then vote to close the roll. Why has it been happening that you are closing the roll instead of it coming from the body before all members have voted? It has been our practice and usage that the president can close the roll when everyone has voted. But according to 41.3, if members haven't voted, it is up to the body to make a motion and vote on it to close the roll. That is what I'm looking for clarification on, Mr. President.
So, Senator Rarick, if you hear what I say before we close the roll, I said all members having voted who desires to vote, then the secretary will close the roll. Because as president, I have to, or the presiding officer, I have to instruct that if someone else wants to vote and they're right here, they have an opportunity to vote. But if they do not vote, then the roll is being closed. So that is the practice, and that is what happens. So when a member has had the opportunity to vote, which they have, and if they fail to do so, the majority of the whole may, by motion, direct the president to close the roll. So we close the roll. That's the way we do it. That's the way we've always done it. Senator Drazkowski, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. The same discussion that you and Senator Rarick and Senator Pratt are having, Mr. President. Could you tell us, Mr. President, under 41.1, what constitutes upon the request of another member?
Thank you, Senator Drazkowski. I was just inquiring again because I'm reading the rules again. I have had an opportunity to constantly read these rules. Your question is, what is it that a member has to do if they want to make sure that someone who's in the chamber votes? Am I correct? I believe that is your question. You would rise and say absentees, those who have not voted. I am asking that all members vote pursuant to Rule 41.1. That invokes the request as you see in that last sentence, right? And that then would set the requirement because you're a member and you're asking that all members vote, that would set that requirement in place. If you're done or you have another question?
So help us understand better, Mr. President. So if a roll call is asked for and there's a call of the House, call the Senate. Thank you. If there's a call of the Senate and a roll call is requested, that doesn't constitute the requirements under 41.1. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying,
Okay.
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you. So can you say for us again, what is so we're under the call of the Senate and there's a roll call and we're getting close to a vote. If a member of this Senate would like to make certain that all members under the roll call, under the call of the Senate, vote, what should they do and when should they do it?
Senator Jaskowski, I'll try one more time. What they should do is once there is a roll call and you see that members are voting, and in the event that a member is not voting who's in the chamber and you would want that member to have to vote, then you would rise and say, Mr. President, absenteeism, I'm asking that all members be required to vote pursuant to Rule 41.1.
Okay, so Mr. President, what about, thank you. Under 41.3, it says a majority of the whole Senate may, by motion, direct the President to close the roll. Can you tell us what by motion means and what that motion would be?
It is my understanding that that has been interpreted under Rule 41.3. That is, that whole section is permissive language, which is why it is provided that the President of the Senate can close the roll after having given an opportunity for all members to vote who desires to vote.
Well, Mr. President, that's not what I'm reading. It says the whole Senate may, by motion, direct the President to close the roll. Says that. Again, the body directs the day here, Mr. President, not the President.
Members, if you just give me a moment, I want to inquire because I want to make sure that I'm answering this accurately. Thank you. Members, thank you for your patience. To the question that has been asked by Senator Jaskowski, under Rule 41.3, you see that that is permissive language under may, and in the event that someone wanted to insert the requirement for the majority of the whole to direct the President to do so, you will stand and activate Rule 41.3, and therefore the rest of the body would have to vote on it by a voice vote unless a roll call has been requested.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is helpful. So if, Mr. President, that motion does not happen at that point and is not passed, what happens?
I'm sorry, Senator Jaskowski, I just want to correct something. When I said that it would have to be activated by way of a voice vote or a roll call, what I've been told is it would have to be a voice vote because the roll is already open and you cannot do a roll call when the board is already open. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. So could we do a division at that point and either stand or raise hands?
At which point?
At the point we make the motion to direct the President to close the roll.
So that would be a voice vote, and it's my understanding you could request a division because that's always in order.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. So lastly, Mr. President, what happens at that point right at 41.3 if that motion doesn't happen and or is not passed? How does the body proceed at that point?
It is my understanding that at that particular point, having given an opportunity for all voting, giving them an opportunity to vote, and if they decide not to vote, then the secretary would take the roll. because that would be. Minor correction, the board would just remain open.
Thank you. That's how I read it too, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. All right. We are now on the A1 Dreim Amendment. We have gone far-fetched, but it's important for us to make sure that we have a clear understanding as to what's going on. Senator Farnsworth, did you have an opportunity to speak, or did you want to speak on this motion?
Thank you, Mr. President. I already spoke, and I'm heartbroken that you don't remember what I had to say.
Because you were so persuasive. Thank you so much for that. Senator Kroon, I had you on the list. Are you okay? Okay, thanks. I just wanted to make sure, get back to where we are, because I don't want to miss anyone, because I don't want anyone to say I cut off debate and didn't want them to speak. Any other discussion before I go to the author of the bill for any final comments, and then, of course, the author of the A1 amendment? Senator Westlin, do you have any final comments on the A1 amendment?
Vote no.
All right, now we'll go to Senator Dreim for the final word on the A1 amendment. And remember, roll call has been requested and the roll call has been granted. Senator Dreim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I hope you remember me speaking. So.
Oh, what is your name again? I'm sorry, Senator Dreim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good discussion today. I know we got sidetracked a little bit over Masons, which is also great discussion. But let's bring the focus back to the kids and the people that work every day hard to educate our kids, the staff at the schools, and it's just not the teachers, it's the custodial staff, librarian, coaches, etc. I think we've heard that there is some confusion about what is covered and what isn't covered with the deletion in this bill. I'm grateful for this bill, Mr. President. I do think we need to address what was passed last year, and I do think this is a step forward. Not the fix I would pick, but it is a step forward, and our kids deserve to move forward. But it is very unclear what is or what isn't in statute when it comes to personal property or theft or just damage of property. And we have heard from teachers that have to leave the classroom with all the kids but one, because one kid is in the classroom destroying the room. And the staff is afraid to do anything. And I've heard that story many times, including out of my friend, Senator Frentz out of Mankato, North Mankato, in his district, that this is happening. And they are told to go teach their class either outside or in the hallway. That is not effective use of state resources, Mr. President. So please, vote green, vote for the kids, vote for the staff. Thank you.
With that being said, the Secretary will take the roll on the A1 amendment. Members, please vote. I am recognizing Senator French for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And I report that Senator Hochschild votes no.
Senator Hochschild votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, I request the absentees be required to vote.
And you are invoking 41.1 has been put forward. All right, members, you have to vote. Members are required to vote unless excused. Senator Rest.
Mr. President, I move that those not voting be excused from voting.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
I didn't make a rule yet. You got to wait for me to do that. That's how that works. The motion prevails. Now division. Division? All right. Division has been requested. We now will have those who are voting aye, please stand. At your desk, I'm sorry. Now, remember, you're voting aye if you want to support the motion, the rest motion. We're just giving the others an opportunity to come in. All right. No one else is coming in. I just want to make sure that I'm being fair. I'm sorry? All right, we'll wait a moment. I want to be fair, so no one says that I'm not being fair. And members, just so you know that this is the motion made by Senator Rest in order to excuse the absent members. I'm looking for guidance. I'm sorry, they're still doing this to me, my friends. Okay, is that it? Okay, so we'll have the front desk count those who are the ayes. No, stay standing. They're going to count now. I was waiting in order to make sure that we had everyone here that wanted to be here. Okay, the ayes can be seated, and we'll now take the noes. And we only want standing those no votes, please.
Mr. President.
We are under a roll call vote. Excuse me, division. Members, there being 27 ayes and 31 noes, is that right? Then the motion fails. We are still under absentee. That was a motion that was brought forward.
Mr. President?
For what purpose do you rise? Because we are voting.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President. Is there a process by which to bring the absentees forward?
It has already been required. Hold on one moment. We will instruct the Sergeant of Arms to bring in the absent members.
We might be here. You guys want a caucus while we're sitting here? That's what I was just thinking of doing. They have to. They have to. They're under call. They have to. They're not excused. They also don't have the votes to excuse them now, so.
Mr. President.
Senator Westlin, for what purpose do you rise? We're under a vote.
Mr. President, I would call the absentees and ask the sergeants to bring them in.
That has already been stated, Senator Westrom. Members, just so that you know, because today has been a day of learning, the requests have been made for the Sergeant of Arms to bring in the absent members, and that has been a request. And so the only way an absent member is not required to vote if they are excused from voting. Members, just so that we're clear, when we're on a vote, members cannot be at another member's desk talking. Members, if you want to talk to each other, you have to go off the floor. You can't be at each other's desk talking when there's a vote underway. Members, remember that this vote is only about if the absentee members. No, that was already done. Sorry. This is just on the. Well, now that the absent members have to vote because we already dealt with that. We're on the A1 amendment that every member has to vote. This is not to the underlining bill. It's only on the A1 amendment. Members, the clarification that I'm getting is that there's still another member who has not voted, and that member will be required to vote, and we would have to find him no matter where he is. And in the event that we cannot find him, then we will sit here until it occurs.
Mr. President?
Senator Westrom.
Can other members be talking to other members on the Senate floor during
They
a
should
vote?
not be, only if you're at your desk and it's your next door
Mr.
neighbor,
President,
then you may do
I'm
so.
getting reports that that's going on. Can you please
Senator Westrom,
implement the rules?
I don't see anyone else talking to each other at someone else's desk. Senator Liskey.
Mr. President, is Senator Lang not excused for today?
Nope, he's present. Oh.
Mr. President.
Senator Westrom, I am getting some advice from the front desk to deal with the quandary that we're in at this particular time. So I will not recognize you yet until I finish this.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Who's okay? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to close the roll call.
Well, we can't close the roll call because there was a motion before the body. It's my understanding, after inquiring, that we have a member who's not been formally excused.
Mr. President, under Rule 41.3.
I can take a motion to close the roll call, and all the members would, a majority of the members would have to concur, even though that we have one member who has not been formally excused as of yet.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen.
I would move to close the roll call.
All right. Voice vote, because we cannot interrupt the vote. So on that motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The motion does not prevail. Division. Division has been requested. We will now do a division. All right. Those in favor of the motion to close the roll, please stand. Please rise, I should say. I want to give everyone an opportunity to get back into the chambers. It looks like we're missing a couple. We have taken the account for the ayes. We'll now do the noes. You can be seated, ayes. Now we want the noes to stand, please. Members, there being 30 ayes and 28 noes, because you have to have a majority of the Senate, the motion fails.
Mr. President.
Let's see, who's up? Okay, Senator Miller.
Mr. President, I move that we close the roll and excuse those not voting.
Senator Miller, it appears that you are asking for two motions all at once. So can you clarify your motion? Senator Miller.
Mr. President, then I'll move to excuse members. I'll move to excuse absent members from those who are not voting. There you go. Mr. President, what the Secretary said. Mr. President, I move those not voting be excused.
All right, thank you. As you heard, there was an intervening motion, even though that motion was put forth earlier by Senator Rest. I just wanted to bring that clarification. So now, since there was an intervening motion, we can now take up that motion again. All right? Are we all in the right place? And I just want to make sure, let me confer just to make sure everyone's on the same page. All right. On that motion, for all those who have not voted, be excused from voting. All in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The motion does not prevail. Division? Of course, division. All right, here we go. Division. Those who are in favor of the motion, please rise. And will you please go to your desk so we can make sure we get an accurate count? Okay, they will count. Stay standing. All right, we're good on the ayes. So the nays, please stand. We only want those who are voting no. Please stand. There are 32 ayes and 28 noes. The motion prevails. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 32 noes, the A1 amendment is adopted. All right. Any other discussion on House file? Here we go. 3489. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, I would urge you to support this bill as we've fixed it up in the Senate chambers, making sure we can keep students safe, teachers safe, and whether they're causing harm to individuals or property in our schools that might escalate to further harm of other individuals, the Dreim Amendment helped clarify this bill. While I would prefer to have repealed the change from last year and gone back to the language, I think this is a huge step in the right direction, giving more clarity to our SROs and our teachers and staff in schools, and not tying their hands behind the back if somebody is being injured or threatened to be injured because of destruction of property. Members, Mr. President, I would urge a green vote on this bill so we can get it moved to conference committee, or get the House, better yet, get the House to concur and move this to the governor's desk.
Members, I want to make sure that we're able to go to third reading, but I want to make sure any amendments have been, you've been given an opportunity to offer any other amendments. Any other amendments before we go to third reading? Then you can continue to talk, and I will put your name on the list. Seeing none, the Secretary will give House File 3489 as amended. It's third reading.
House File Number 3489, a bill for an act relating to education, providing for public safety, modifying the grounds for the use of reasonable force in schools.
Third reading. I now have a list for those who want to speak. If there are no other members to speak, I will now go to the bill author. If there are no other members to speak, let me say, Senator Duckworth, you did ask me. Sorry about that, Senator Duckworth, before we go to the author of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. And I'm very, very proud of all my colleagues in the Senate for displaying the fact that we are not afraid to take a bill to conference committee, the fact that we're going to take a stand for the role of the Senate in the legislative process and not simply rubber stamp a bill that came to us from the other house, that we're willing to have debate, that we're willing to deliberate, that we're willing to make improvements and take a stand for a better bill when we believe that's possible. I very much look forward to whatever passes passing very swiftly in a bipartisan manner. This bill in the Senate, we can now truly say, is bipartisan. That's important for our kids, for our schools, and for law enforcement. And so I look forward to it passing today, heading to a conference committee, and speedily being brought back to us to approve. There's one good thing I think that comes out of the debate today, Mr. President, and that is this. I think it is undisputed that our school resource officers are extremely valuable members of the family of our schools throughout the state of Minnesota. For those that maybe had doubts about their value, I think it's nearly universally understood that school resource officers are a great thing, and they add to enhance safety in our schools. They protect our kids, and they protect our teachers. I'm very grateful that could be made clear here today. More importantly, one thing I was disappointed about regarding this bill and the conversation that took place regarding it, Mr. President, was the rhetoric and the narrative specifically aimed at the men and women who serve in law enforcement, whether they're a school resource officer or a police officer, sheriff's deputy, you name it. And right now, I hope that they and their families and loved ones across the state of Minnesota are watching the Minnesota legislature, specifically the Senate today, affirm that we support them, we value them, we appreciate their service or dedication to our community, and that we will stand with them, that we thank them for keeping our kids in our schools safe, and that we will not allow politics to get in the way of common sense legislating. I hope that message is heard very clearly in every corner of the state of Minnesota today. It may have taken us 7 months to get here, but there was no stopping us from ensuring that message was clearly heard, hopefully understood, and received. Mr. President, that very rhetoric and narrative is what has led to things such as an increase in the incidences of our men and women in uniform finding themselves being attacked or assaulted while they're on the job. We as leaders, those who govern here in the state of Minnesota at all levels, have to be mindful of the words that we use and the power that we yield. We have to stop vilifying those in law enforcement. We have to stop prosecuting those in law enforcement unjustly. They deserve our protection and respect, and Mr. President, passing this bill here today is one small step toward us doing that. I encourage members to vote green. Thank you.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also stand in favor of House File 3489. Again, I think going back, eliminating what was done last year is the best repair, but this is an improvement. We need to get officers back in our schools. But members, think about it. We're taking things away from law enforcement. We're taking tools away from law enforcement to keep our kids safe. We're putting them in positions where we have to make split-second decisions whether they can interfere in a series of events to help, save, and protect people when they have to second-guess if they're going to be prosecuted with their own personal liability. We cannot take the tools away from law enforcement to keep our citizens safe. So as we go forward, please keep that in mind, because we've taken those tools away. That's why we have a vacancy in law enforcement, why we need more law enforcement officers, because we've taken the tools away to keep them safe. And we're making it, having them make split-second decisions on whether they're going to get involved in some activity where they may have personal liability. So, folks, vote in favor of House File 3489. It is an improvement. Thank you.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in favor of House File 3489. I ask that members consider supporting as well. It's about supporting safety of our students, our teachers, our staff, our school resource officers who have been trained as police officers. They should be allowed to do the duties that we have asked them to do. And let's remember, if you happen to live in a school district that for some reason either doesn't want an SRO or doesn't think they need one, they don't have to have one. But for heaven's sakes, let's make sure that all of the SROs that are in our school district are able to use the tools for which they have been trained, that they are able to do their jobs. In fact, it was such a mess last year with the legislation that was rushed through, unvetted in many cases, which our public safety, our police officers, they had absolutely no input on. And the reality is that it turned out to be very bad. In fact, it was such a poor piece, it was such a poor law, we won't even call it a piece of legislation anymore. It was such a poor law that was passed last year that even the Attorney General needed to step in and try and clarify some of the vagueness of the law, some of the problems. And I want Minnesotans to know a couple of these problems that are huge. One is, of course, not being able to protect people from imminent harm. The Attorney General even had to step in and speak to that. And then, of course, the second issue is the current law, as it's written, doesn't allow protection of personal property. And we haven't even talked about trespass yet, nor for trespass. Now, the problem has happened just recently in one of my school districts. 2 classrooms within 1 week were literally destroyed by a dysregulated student, certainly a student who needed help. However, in one case, in one school district, the SRO was not able to handle that situation and had to stand, in a sense, idly by with the teacher and watch the total destruction in that classroom. In another district, similar thing happened. A student was dysregulated, destroyed a classroom in the process of destroying the classroom. And in that case, the SRO was not able to handle it, but they called a police officer who was nearby that was able to come. So the current law is untenable, folks. It doesn't work. doesn't keep our kids safe, nor our teachers, nor our staff, nor our property. So yes, we need this law changed. And I appreciate the fact that it's before us today. Many of us wish the fix had been shortly after the session last year in a special session, so kids would not have needed to go back into schools where their school resource officers were limited in their ability to protect them. So members, I encourage a yes vote today.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of House File? Oh, Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, I think it's really important to clarify some of the process pieces. This language first showed up in an education omnibus bill in 2021. It was present again in 2022 and in 2023. It was presented in both education committees in both bodies, outlined from the governor's office, had robust discussion in both chambers, and when we were in conference committee. And this language was adopted from all members on the conference committee by itself. The fact of the matter is, this amendment that we adopted to amend this bill changes the criminal code around when use of force is allowed by a teacher, not just use of force in schools in the education statute, but the criminal code. It did not go through Senator Latz's committee. It hasn't been talked about by the Commissioner of Public Safety. It hasn't been vetted by the League of Minnesota Cities or any group that works with children, the Disability Law Center, ACLU, Solutions Not Suspensions. Deeply uncomfortable with the lack of process for amending the criminal code in this bill. So, we did what we did here today, but I'm deeply uncomfortable for where this ended up, Mr. President, and I don't think that this was a good idea, and this will open people up to far more harm, particularly children in schools, through which adults should have a set standard of behaviors that they can use with children in schools than we had before. So I just can't believe where this bill ended up, and I hope that we get something better back out of conference committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion before I go to Senator Johnson? Seeing none, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Thank you for the patience today as we work our way through the bill. Looking at it for what it is. It was a compromise bill that we thought we could get together, do a little bit more on the repair side of this. Look, I understand that this bill still has a long ways to go, that we'll get into conference committee, we'll debate it there as well, but the focus of Senate Republicans is education of the children in our state. Our kids need a place that they can go and be safe, where they feel safe in their institutions. We have led this nation in education over the years. We've seen test scores drop. We've seen things happen within the institutions themselves that we need to get back to the basics. Part of that is safety. That's what we're here today to debate, the safety of our children in those schools. Yes, it's about law enforcement. Yes, it's about staff. Yes, it's about parents. But ultimately, this comes down to the future of this state. And what is important? It's the kids that sit each day in those classrooms. And so we are going to work on repairing these bills every opportunity that we have. And today was one. We put in a lot of effort on that, put in a lot of good points, got to a better spot. And we will never stop fighting for our kids. That is our purpose here today. We're working towards that, and I look forward to the passage of this bill today. And I ask for your support as we vote on this in just a few moments. Thank you.
Now we'll go to the Senate author, Senator Westlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. It has been an interesting day in the very Minnesota interesting sort of way. I appreciated all of the conversation. I do find it a little amazing that there is now a chorus of praise and support for a bill that could have been on its way to the governor's office today And now we're looking at some additional delays. My understanding from my friends on the other side of the aisle was there was some sense of urgency to get this taken care of so that we could get SROs back in their schools. Be that as it may, Mr. President, this is a good bill. It is a thoughtful bill. It has input from any number of stakeholders, agencies, the other body, and this body. And I'm proud of the work that we did. I'm proud of the bill that we produced. And I believe to my core that this bill will, in fact, be better for our kids. We will now have uniformity. We will now have consistency. And that is important. I encourage all of you to vote yes. Thank you.
Members, seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll on final passage as amended to House File 3489. Members, please vote. Senator French, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
And I report Senator Hochschild votes aye.
Senator Hochschild votes aye. Members, please vote. All senators having voted who desires to vote.
Mr. President, absentees, please.
Senator Anderson invokes absentee pursuant to what rule, Senator?
(41.1).
All right. He's invoked the request under Rule 41.1. The sergeant will be instructed to bring in the absent members. Members, just so that you recall, under Rule 41.1, all members, because we have a call, you're in the chamber, you are required to vote. As a friendly reminder, we're under a vote. You cannot be at another member's desk. Thank you so much. Members, just so that we're on the same page, we know that there's one member who has not voted yet. Members, just so that you're clear, Senator Lang has asked to be excused for today. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 9 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, thank you for that robust discussion. We are now proceeding to the 13th order of business, announcements of Senate interest, excuses for the day. We have Senator Lang all day. Any other announcements of Senate interest? I see Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to let members know that the Committee on Human Services, which is typically scheduled for 1500 hours or 3 p.m., we will meet at 3:37 p.m.
Thank you, Senator Hoffman. Any other announcements of Senate interest? Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Transportation Committee will meet at 3:45.
Senator Senator Latz. I'm sorry, I was thinking of Senator Lang. So Senator Latz.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you may have figured out by now, the Judiciary Committee for today has been canceled. We will do our best to fit in the items that were on the agenda at a future meeting.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the Senate Energy, Utilities, Environment, and Climate Committee has canceled its meeting for today, and we will meet on Wednesday. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Education policy is being rescheduled. Watch for an email.
Any other announcements of Senate interest? Any other announcements of Senate interest before I go to our Senate Majority Leader? Seeing no additional discussion. Senator Murphy for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members, I hope you've all enjoyed the sausage. Members, I'm about to move a recess of the Senate. The only business that will be taken up upon reconvening is the appointment of a conference committee on House File 3489, an adjournment then till at Wednesday at 11 a.m. An email will go out when there is a time to reconvene, but only a handful of members are required to return to the chamber later today. Mr. President, with that, I move a recess of the Senate to the call of the President.
On that motion, any discussion? Seeing none, on that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The Senate is now in recess to the call of the President.